Test. Test.
The beach chairs are ready, the tent is set, and we're ready for baseball as the Harwich Mariners head to Lowell Park to take on the Cotuit Kettleers. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers. I'm John Perez. Cotuit is 2.5 games behind Hyannis for the final playoff spot, and it's getting pretty late in the season. Those two teams met on Sunday evening in Hyannis, and let's see how it played out. Cotuit taking on Hyannis in the fourth installment of the Barnstable Patriot Cup. Second pitch of the game, Quinn Brody from Stanford smokes a ball to right. It's a leadoff home run, and the Kettleers leap out in front 1-0 on Brody's second jack of the year. Matt Ruppenthal from Vanderbilt made his first start since June 22nd, and in the bottom of the first, Hyannis would strike back. Dylan Busby from Florida State laces a fastball high and deep to right center and over the fence to even the game at 1. Bottom 3, Ford Proctor at the plate with Treg Habercorn at second. Proctor lofts the ball to right center. Cal Stevenson can't make the diving grab. Habercorn has to wait for the ball to drop to judge it, and he gets a late start. He starts to run, goes right through the stop sign, and gets pegged at the plate by third baseman Jordan Pierce to keep the game tied at 1. Eddie Mull from George Washington came in and was solid. 2 2/3 shutout innings. He struck out 3, including Dylan Busby to end the 7th. Top of the 8th, after Brody doubled to right, Arizona-bound Cal Stevenson hits a liner to center. Habercorn misplays it. Brody puts it into fourth gear and beats out the throw. 2-1 Cotuit. Bottom 8, Stevenson not only does it with the stick, he does it with the arm. Carl Stadjahar at the plate with a runner on third, and he lifts the ball to center. Stevenson settles under it and fires a BB to the plate. A nice scoop by the catcher Tim Susnera, who applies the tag on Chris Cullen to get Cotuit out of the jam. Josh Robertson would pitch a scoreless 9th, and the Kettleers will win this one 2-1.
If you've got any chance to be one of the better teams in the Cape, you got to win on the road, and that would be true anywhere. And our pitching tonight was really good. We used, what did we use? 4 guys, I guess, and they all threw the ball really well. Struggled a little bit defensively a couple of times, but Stevenson bailed us out there in the 8th inning. So it's a great Cape League game, or like I told them, great baseball game anywhere. So I'm really pleased with the way they play.
I mean, we've been winning a lot of close games, and overall just playing really well. So I think that in and of itself helps the atmosphere, and it's good. We're definitely on the upswing. Obviously today had the double that scored me and then saved the game on the throw. Kept us from extras, which was nice. Just huge. He gets on base a lot, plays really good defense. So he's been a big factor in the way we're playing right now.
I think it's always fun when you come into situations like that. You get to show what you're made of, especially when 3-1 counts. Not a common thing to come into, but our team needed it. It was a big spot, and I'm just happy I got the job done.
Yeah, definitely. So they kind of assigned some roles from time to time. And earlier in the year, Coach Roberts said that I was most likely going to be a late inning guy and just come in and hopefully get some strikeouts like I've been able to do lately. And it hasn't been too hard to adjust to. In school I started and came in relief, but I just try to keep that competitive mentality coming in late in the game, and that's kind of been able to pay off lately.
So the Kettleers and the Harbor Hawks meet 2 more times, one more time here at Lowell Park and one more time at McKeon Park, just 7 miles away in Hyannis. But with that said, that takes care of Hyannis. Cotuit welcomes the Harwich Mariners today in their own backyard. The last time that they played, Harwich won, and Harwich continues to be the best team in the entire league, but they do have some flaws, particularly stemming from their lineup. Their offense has been suspect, and let's take a closer look. They have scored the second least amount of runs in the league. The only team to score less is Chatham, and there you see the record in 1-run games and 1-0 games. But of course in baseball, if the pitching is there, you'll be okay, and Harwich has been more than just okay. They've been stellar, particularly B.J. Myers. And Myers, in his last appearance, 7 innings, only allowed 2 runs on 3 hits. That was the first time in 2 starts where he actually gave up a run. He hasn't gone less than 7 innings in any of his outings either. So that's what's on tap for today. Let's take a look back to Sunday, and here's how everything played out. We had a couple of ties on the evening, Orleans and Brewster were deadlocked after 9. Remember, there were no lights at Brewster, so that game was called. Adam Hazley from Virginia, 1 for 4 with 2 RBIs for Brewster. Zach Hagan from North Carolina, 1 for 3 with a run driven in. Bourne over Yarmouth Dennis. Jake Magnum from Mississippi State broke a 1-1 tie in the bottom of the 8th. Justin Yurchek from Binghamton followed that up with an RBI single, too. Kennesaw State's Michael Jabrell, 6 innings, 2 hits, and a run. He struck out 5. Falmouth over Wareham. Deacon Leaput from Florida continues to rake. 2 for 2 with a pair of RBIs. The other tie was in Chatham. They called this one after 12 innings. Joe Doonan from NC State drove in a run for the Mariners. Pat Mathis drove in the other run for the Anglers. So here's how the race is heating up. Harwich still the top team in the East. YD creeping up. Orleans, Brewster, and Chatham rounded out. For the West, Falmouth, winners of 6 in a row, are the juggernaut. Wareham and Bourne scratching and clawing for second. Cotuit picks up a game on Hyannis with a win at McKeon Park on Sunday evening. So those are the scores and the standings, and the man standing to my left from the national champion Coastal Carolina baseball team, Jason Billis. And Jason, I'd have to imagine that that's something, besides winning an actual World Series in the major leagues, that's got to be right up there, and that thrill and just being part of a team. How was that whole ride, and have you woken up from this dream yet?
I mean, me and the other teammates are still in awe over winning. Just the fact that later in my life I can go back and say that I won a national championship and that I even pitched in a national championship is just incredible to me.
Let's talk about Game 3 because, you know, obviously U of A is a strong team, as is every team in the College World Series. Bobby Holmes, who was supposed to be for the Kettleers, comes in, I believe, in the bottom of the 6th, the bottom of the 7th, gets a huge strikeout, and then you guys have to, basically, you know, wait it out the rest of the way. Beckwith was your number 1, and you guys got through it without him in those final innings. So I'm just curious. You're in the bullpen. I'm sure you're ready to go, but where are your nerves? Where's your heart at? Is it up in your throat? I mean, where are you at? Because I'm watching as a spectator, and I have no dog in the fight, and I'm like, how the heck is anyone going to get out of this? I'm wondering what your mental state was like.
I mean, it was quiet in the dugout those last couple innings. At first, we thought Alex Cunningham was just going to come and shut it down. He made it a little interesting, but those last couple innings, man, they were tough to sit through. But he did a great job, got the last out, and still can't believe it.
Have you won a championship at any other level?
Yes, for high school, I won state championship twice.
And that was your, sophomore and junior year? Or?
It was my 8th grade year. I played up on varsity a little bit, and my junior year.
So what a lot of people don't know, and I want to get this right, so after your junior year, you had the Tommy John surgery, right?
Yes. The summer, or the fall going into my senior year, I was playing at summer ball, and I hurt my elbow. I got the surgery in November, and I am recovering ever since, but it was definitely difficult.
So we see a lot of major leaguers go through that, and even they're still young men, 25, 26 years old. You had it at, I'm assuming, the age of 16, 17, around that area. So what is that like mentally, and do you start to doubt yourself, wondering if maybe this is the end of your baseball life?
No, I didn't doubt. Yes, I was very sad, and I was devastated when I heard I had to get the surgery, but I fortunately got to go to the best surgeon, Dr. Andrews, so I knew I was in good hands and just did the rehab the right way, and I came back positive.
Now, a lot of people hear Dr. James Andrews, and I'm assuming you went to Alabama or he came to you, but either way, what's that like when you first meet him? Because a lot of major leaguers go to him, he seems to be the top guy, and it just seems as if he's able to put players at ease.
Yes, he's actually one to not jump right into the surgery. He wants to make sure you actually need it. And don't just need a rehab, but I got there. He knew exactly what he was doing, and I felt very comfortable. And sure enough, he did a great job.
Now, how comforting was it that after your senior year, the Dodgers drafted you, and did you start to think, all right, well, now I've got some momentum heading into my college career?
Yes, the fact that the Dodgers drafted me so high, even knowing that I had the surgery. It was a very good feeling, and I knew going into college that I could definitely come back a lot stronger.
How tempting was it to take that offer, though? They gave you a very lucrative offer, and, for a pitcher that already had Tommy John surgery, you have to now wait another 3 years and then, possibly a fourth year. You could declare twice, but how tempting was it to actually just take the money and figure you could always go back to school and get your education?
Well, I had my number set pretty high, just because I thought I could get close to that number before the surgery, before I knew I had to get the surgery, and then I got the surgery, so I wanted to stick with that number. But once I saw that check, or at least heard about it, it was very tempting to take it. But I wanted to stick with my guns and go to college.
How much does it motivate you knowing that you've already had a major league team interested in you, and I'm sure there were other teams that were interested in you as well. So you've got a little taste of that going forward in your 3 years of college until you have to go to the draft and possibly your senior year. How motivating does that get for you?
Oh, it motivates me a lot. Knowing that they drafted me that well, even with the surgery, I believe that I can go very good after recovering and coming back stronger.
Now, let's get to a lighter side. A lot of people don't know exactly where Coastal Carolina is. It's not a Texas. It's not a Rice.
Right.
It's, for baseball schools. But, around Coastal Carolina, where do you find yourself on, I don't know, maybe a Wednesday night or something, not game night? And, when you're not studying, like, where's the place to go? Where are the places to go around Coastal Carolina?
There's a bunch of hangout spots. A couple of the guys have houses that we go hang out with. Maybe even occasionally go to the beach at nighttime. It's about what we do.
Now I'm curious too, because the whole community, if not the whole country, got behind you guys in your national championship run. What's it like getting off the plane and going back to campus as a champion?
Oh, it was outstanding. When we got off the plane, there was about 5,000 or 6,000 people waiting at the airport for us, cheering us on. And then driving back all the way to campus, there were people just lined up everywhere, cheering, and it was one of the most amazing experiences I've ever had.
All right, Jason, thanks for the time. Starting lineup's coming up right after this. The beach chairs are ready. The tent is Welcome back to Kettle Talk. Let's get you the starting lineups. First for the Harwich Mariners, Jonathan India from Florida is the second baseman leading off. Clement second. Joe Doonan from NC State at third base batting third. Pavin Smith in left field out of Virginia. Nick Fite from NC Wilmington is the designated hitter batting fifth. MIT's very own Austin Falaire out in right field. Tony Critelli at first base from Holy Cross. Nick D'Alessandro is the catcher. Max Burt is the shortstop from Northeastern. And B.J. Myers on the bump from West Virginia. Quinn Brody will lead it off for the Kettleers. Cal Stevenson, Corey Voss, Pat Dorian, DeLay, Janista Klein, Hagen Fisher, and Justin Hooper on the mound. Aiden Doyle and Jason Dara will have the call for you the rest of the way. This is John Perez signing off. You've been listening to Kettle Talk.
Thanks, John, and it is a wonderful day here in Cotuit as the Kettleers take on the Harwich Mariners at Lowell Park on July 12th, a beautiful Tuesday at Lowell Park. Kettleers come into this one 8-17-1, coming off a victory over the Hyannis Harbor Hawks by a score of 2-1 on Sunday night. That one took place at McKeon Park. Harwich comes into this one first place in the Eastern Division by 4 points, 16-8-2. And they come in with a very interesting streak there, Jason. 2 ties in a row. We'll see if they can produce a third one in a row, which would tie the Cape League record for most ties in a row tonight.
The weird part about it is all these ties, not just for Harwich, but for the entire Cape Cod Baseball League, are coming at the same time. It seems like Wareham piled on a few. We had one here in Cotuit against the Gatemen, actually, less than a week ago. The Gatemen now have 3 on the year. The most in a single season is 6. Almost every team in the league now has a tie. Only Hyannis, YD, and Falmouth haven't yet come to a tied contest.
And on Sunday night, 4 teams, all in the Eastern Division, tied. So nearly half the league, 40% of it, had their contests on Sunday end in a tie. Chatham and Orleans tied, and then Brewster and Harwich tied, if I'm not mistaken. Or was it Brewster and Orleans?
I don't have the scoreboard handy.
It was one of those two, but Brewster, Orleans, Harwich.
So Orleans tied Brewster 4-4. Harwich tied Chatham 1-1 in 12 innings.
Okay, it was Brewster and Orleans. I should have known that. But hopefully there is no tie tonight, because I don't like ties. I know you don't like ties. I feel like nobody likes ties. And the Kettleers going with one of their better pitchers on the mound, Justin Hooper, left-hander out of UCLA. Some of the best stuff in the Cape League. 6'8" lefty, member of that Bruins baseball team. We saw him on July 5th, Tuesday night at Veterans Field in Chatham. He looked really good on Tuesday.
He's improving more and more as the season wears on, to 3 1/3 innings of work in that game at Chatham. Gave up no runs, 1 hit, 2 walks, and 2 strikeouts. His prior to prolonged appearances, he had 1 outing in which he went just 1/3 of an inning against Falmouth. But the prior 2 innings, or outings in which he went at least 3 innings, were both solid too. Gave up 1 earned run against Falmouth on June 23rd on just 1 hit. And then on June 28th against Bourne, he went 3 2/3 of scoreless ball with just 2 hits. So he's improving as this Cape season moves along.
And he's being backed up by one of the best bullpens in the Cape League, led by guys like Eddie Mold, Josh Robertson, Ryan Rigby, Alec Bird. They all come to mind. Cotuit's bullpen's been excellent so far this season.
The list is endless. We've seen so many guys step up in big roles and get huge outs. That was such the story at Hyannis, too, this past weekend.
And we are just about ready to get things underway. Jonathan India, second baseman out of the University of Florida, ahead in the count, 1 ball, no strikes, as Hooper misses outside. Lefty-righty matchup here as Hooper fires a fastball. This one misses high and outside, and India quickly finds himself ahead, 2 balls and no strikes. Hooper from the windup kicks and deals, misses same place. India head 3-0. Jonathan India, Ernie Clement, and Joe Dunard due up for the Mariners in the top of the first as Hooper pours in a fastball for strike 1.
And the Harwich offense has not been lethal this season. They're actually behind Cotuit in runs scored this year.
And India chops this one back up the middle, charging as Fisher Fields throws on the move. And it is in time to get India at first base for the first out of the inning. Nice play by the shortstop out of UCal Santa Barbara.
And for Cotuit, it's a good thing that Fisher was playing rather shallow. He didn't have to charge too far to get to that baseball and throw to first. That's the reason he had time to get India.
Nice play by Fisher at short, and now Ernie Clement, center fielder out of the University of Virginia, in the box against Justin Hooper, and pops the first pitch he sees up into foul territory just to the right of first base, and Grayson Genesta puts it away for out number 2.
As I was just saying, Harwich is currently 9th in the league in runs scored. They have 92. Cotuit has 94. They sit in 8th place. So the offenses here have performed on very similar levels. The thing is, the Mariners pitching staff has an ERA that is spectacular. In fact, they give up just 1.85 runs per game. Thus, they have the best record in the league.
Number 3 hitter Joe Dunard up now. Heading the count 1-0 as Hooper misses outside with a fastball. Hooper working quickly after falling behind 3-0 to the leadoff man India, and this one's hit high in the air to right center field. Moving back is Jackson Klein, ranging to his left, and he puts it away for the third out of the inning. No runs on no hits, no errors, no men left on base. It'll be Brody, Stevenson, and Voss leading things off for the Kettleers in the bottom of the first. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more. The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world. Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod. Please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. Learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more. Visit curry.edu.
Quinn Brody stepping into the box, leading things off for the Cotuit Kettleers in the bottom of the first. I'm Aiden Doyle. Next to me, Jason Doro. And Jason B.J. Myers on the mound for the Harwich Mariners tonight. He's been one of the aces, if not the ace, of an excellent Mariners pitching staff.
He's started in 4 ball games and he's taken 3 victories. Every time he's gone out, too, he's thrown at least 7 innings. Never given up more than 2 earned runs in a contest. His ERA sits below 1 at .95. The numbers are off the charts.
And he fires a strike over the outside edge to even the count at 1-1 to Brody. And the 1-1, this one misses low and outside. And it seems like a clash of the Titans right now. Myers with that great ERA, like you mentioned, kicks and fires, and Brody chops this one towards second, fielded on a hop by India, throw on to first in time for the first out of the inning. And what I was going to say is, Myers with that great ERA, just been fantastic so far this season for Harwich. Brody coming into this game is one of, if not the hottest hitters in the league.
Give me the numbers.
Since July 1st. Before that at bat, Brody's average was up 94 points. Since July 1st, his triple slash line, 393 average, 433 on base, 714 slugging, 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 7 RBI.
Pretty good.
That is off the charts good as Cal Stevenson takes ball 1 low to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Brody just looks a lot more patient up there, too, from what I've seen. He's waiting for that pitch that he can really drive.
Myers misses off the plate. 2-1 now the count to the right fielder headed to Arizona next year. And that is for sure looked much more comfortable and waiting for his pitch like you mentioned. Stevenson fouls this one off. Count evens 2-2. And it's really shown at the plate. The results have been incredible, and he finds himself now batting leadoff for the Kettleers, getting more and more playing time, and being a major factor in this Kettleers lineup. He was the first 3-time stud of the game. The 2-2 to Stevenson misses high, and the count is full. And once again, Cal Stevenson, he's going to see at least 6 pitches this plate appearance.
Myers has only walked 4 guys all season.
And Stevenson fouls this one off to stay alive. So now a 7-pitch at bat. It's unbelievable. Every time he comes up, you're looking at least 4, most likely 5 to 6 pitches. Myers working from the windup, kicks and deals. This one's chopped in between first and second. Moving to his right is Critelli Fields. Throw on to first. Jets gets Stevenson. He underhanded it to a covering Myers, who got to the bag just in time for the second out.
Good job by Myers getting off the bump and taking a really direct line to the base. If he tries to round it a little bit more and take his time, Stevenson might have been safe.
That'll bring up Corey Voss, designated hitter tonight for the Kettleers. Right-handed hitter with a lot of power. We saw a home run here at Lowell Park from Voss go out towards right center field. And the breaking ball from Myers catches the inner edge for strike one.
And this is just Voss's 13th game of the season. Since he's one of those catchers, he's rotated in with Sosnara, DeLay, the other guys who have been behind home plate for Cotuit. And in that rotation, he's probably been one of the more infrequent starting catchers.
He's behind 0-2 when the 0-2 from Myers. Fastball, this misses high. 1-2 now to count on Voss.
We've seen Voss's power on display, though. 2 home runs for him. That leads the Kettleers, tied with a couple of other Cotuit players.
The 1-2 misses inside. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Voss really does have power to all fields. He has 2 home runs on the year. Batting just 143, but when he's in the lineup, he's one of those guys who can change the game with one swing.
Mm-hmm.
Myers working from the windup. Here's the 2-2. Voss checks his swing, but fouls it off back to the backstop. And that was a pretty good breaking ball. I think it may have helped him to just check his swing there.
Swooped all the way across the plate.
So he stays alive, 2-2. And this breaking ball catches the outer edge for strike 3. Voss goes down looking for the 3rd out of the inning. No runs on, no hits, no errors, no men left on. We've played 1 here in Cotuit. Still tied 0-0 between the Kettleers and the Mariners.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
After a perfect first inning, Justin Hooper back on the mound for the Kettleers. He'll face 4, 5, and 6 in the Mariners lineup. Paven Smith, Nick Fate, and Austin Filaire. Smith leading things off. Lefty-lefty matchup here, and the first pitch he sees grounded to first. And underhands it to Hooper for the first out of the inning. So Smith goes down on the first pitch he sees, and it's actually pronounced Fight. So Nick Fight coming to the plate now. Right-handed hitting, designated hitter out of UNC Wilmington, where he is a teammate of Kettleers reliever Josh Robertson, member of that Seahawks baseball team.
Robertson, one of the nicest guys you'll find around. We've got to chat with him in the booth a couple of times. A great interview, too.
First pitch from Hooper catches the inner part of the plate, strike 1. That is for sure one of the most polite and well-mannered young men we've seen around the Cape League. And this one's driven out towards left field. Moving in a step or two is Brody. Doesn't have to do much to put it away for the second out of the inning.
Hooper is showing great command here early. He's not afraid to put the ball over the plate, really trusting his stuff, and it's paying off so far.
And that's been his problem early in this season, and I think at UCLA, is the lack of control. But he's got such great stuff that I think he needs to trust it more. Just throw it over the plate. You've got some of the best stuff in the league. Chances are, they're not going to hit it. So I just think if he commands the ball and finds the zone, the stuff will take care of itself. It's just a matter of trusting it enough to throw it there. 1-1 now the count on Falair as Hooper misses outside for ball 2.
And his numbers this season at UCLA were not great, to say the least. Through just 8 innings over 14 appearances, and his ERA was in the double digits. And then this season he's come out, and over the last 2-3 weeks, he's really dominated hitters in the Cape Cod League, which is really impressive.
A lot of 2s across the board, just 2s and 0s on the scoreboard right now. 2-2 the count to Falair. Now the count runs full as Hooper misses outside with a fastball. It was 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs in the second inning, and neither team has a run, a hit, or an error. So it was just 2s and 0s. That was beautiful.
Did you just go to your happy place?
Oh, I did. It's very aesthetically pleasing. The full count dealing from Hooper misses high and outside. So Falair will head on down to first base with a walk, and that brings up Tony Gratelli, the first baseman out of Holy Cross. Gratelli, right-handed hitter, wears number 30 for the Mariners, who are decked in their navy blue road uniforms. And he takes this one high and outside, and Hooper misses with the fastball.
I'm a fan of the socks that the Mariners have going today, because the uniform is pretty simple, right? You don't even have like a full logo across the chest. It's just the small logo in the corner. So you need to add a little bit extra, and the socks are a good touch.
It looks almost like a batting practice jersey or something like that. But the Sox love them, love the stirrup look. 1-1 the count to Gratelli. Hooper comes set, looks over at first. Now fires home. This one misses low and inside. Gratelli had the count 2-1. Falair with a big lead off of first. Hooper kicks and fires, and this one's ripped past a diving Pat Dorian into left field. And Falair will be held at second, but now the Harwich Mariners with 2 men aboard with 2 down in the top of the second.
And that snaps a little bit of a streak here for Harwich. On Sunday, they went 0 for 22 with runners on base. And in their last 5 games, they are 4 for 43 with runners in scoring position. So we'll see if they reverse that trend as well here.
I think the amazing part of that stat is they went 0 for 22 with runners on base and didn't lose. I know they tied.
That's Harwich Mariners baseball this
still.
season.
So now the number 8 hitter, Nick D'Alessandro, takes ball 1 high as Hooper misses with the off-speed pitch. D'Alessandro, catcher out of Purdue University. Right-handed batter as Hooper comes set. Kicks and deals. This one in at the knees for strike 1. Hooper looking into his catcher, Jason DeLay. Now comes set. And the 1-1. Swung on and missed by D'Alessandro. A little bit out in front of that one. And now Hooper ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. So Hooper 1 strike away from stranding runners on second and first. Now comes set and the 1-2. Fouled off down the right field line by D'Alessandro, and it stays 1 ball and 2 strikes. Right-handed hitting Max Burt waits on deck. 1-2 the count to D'Alessandro. Hooper comes set, now fires. And this one's chopped in between short and third. Long run for Fisher. That'll get past him into left field. And they will wisely hold Austin Falair at third. But the bases are now loaded for Harwich with the number 9 hitter Burt coming to the plate.
Good effort by Fisher in the hole trying to get to that baseball, because with it squirting into the outfield, there is a chance that they try to send Falair there, but instead they hold him up at third base.
Well, we know Quinn Brody has a strong arm out in left field, and I think he got to that ball just as Falair was maybe a couple feet past third base. You got to believe with an accurate throw from Brody, he's done there. And now the 9 hitter Burt will show bunt and try and drop it down, but bunts it foul for the first strike.
And I think Burt is lucky that ball went foul. Justin Hooper, very nimble off the mound for a guy who stands at 6'8". He was moving on that baseball quickly.
Hooper looking into delay, now comes set, and the 0-1. Fastball, this one misses high and outside, count evens 1 ball and 1 strike.
Also, most lefties you'd think would kind of fall off the mound to the other direction, away from that bunt down the first base line, but that's not really how Hooper's motion works as compared to most lefties.
Misses outside again, 2-1 now the count to Burt. And he just kind of, when it follows through, pops up and right facing, shoulders on home plate. He's really in fielding position. And he misses low and inside there with the fastball. 3-1 now the count to Burt with the bases loaded and 2 down. Hooper comes set, and the 3-1. That one misses high and outside, and the Mariners take a 1-0 lead on the bases loaded walk from Max Burt.
And that will prompt Mike Roberts to get out of the dugout and talk with Justin Hooper. Just not what you're looking for when you have the bases loaded. It seemed like Hooper had kept it in the zone for the majority of this game, retired the first 5 guys with not very many pitches. In fact, he got ahead against almost all 5 of them. But now he's issued 2 walks in this frame.
And especially to the 9 hitter Burt. Now the top of the order and Jonathan India coming up. Bases still loaded for Harwich. India, the second baseman out of Florida, 0 for 1 tonight, grounded out to Fisher in the first to lead things off. Harwich on top of Cotuit 1-0 after the bases loaded walk by Max Burt, shortstop out of Northeastern. Now the mound visit over and Hooper comes set. And the first pitch to India. This one catches the inner edge for strike 1.
That's a really good spot. So little that India can do at that pitch. Very inside portion of the plate.
Ahead in the count 0-1. Hooper kicks and fires. Off speed pitch. This one catches the outer edge. And the big tall lefty now ahead 0-2. Hooper looking into the lay. Now comes set. And the 0-2 from Hooper. Swung on and popped up in the infield. Third baseman Dorian calling off Fisher, and he puts it away for out number 3. But the Mariners get a run. It comes on the bases loaded walk by Max Burt. They now are up 1-0 on the Cotuit Kettleers. 1 run on 2 hits, no errors. 3 men left on after 1.5. Harwich 1, Cotuit 0. You're locked in to Kettleers baseball.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th generation member of the business and 12th generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
4, 5, 6 due up for the Cotuit Kettleers in the bottom of the second. I'm Aiden Doyle, joined alongside by Jason Doro. It'll be Pat Dorian, Jason DeLay, and Grayson Genesta coming to the dish for Cotuit. Harwich on top 1-0 after a bases-loaded walk by the shortstop Max Burt. And B.J. Myers still working on the mound for the Mariners. And the first pitch into Dorian, swung on in the air to shallow center field. Moving in is Clement, and he puts it away for out number 1.
And something you'll notice about B.J. Myers as we move along in this ball game is he works extremely quickly. After every pitch, he gets the ball back, retoes the rubber, goes back to work.
And he's not the biggest right-hander ever, listed at 6'1", 215. Doesn't exactly throw very hard. Kind of comes with that sidearm delivery. And he moves a lot out on the mound. He's always hopping and jumping, and you're right, he does work very quickly. Delay up now for the Kettleers. Ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes, as the off-speed pitch from Myers misses inside.
I talked to the Harwich broadcasters before this ball game.
And DeLay hits this one in the air to left, but right at Pavin Smith, and he puts it away for out number 2.
And their broadcasters were telling me that they chatted with him about his cadence on the mound and the pace with which he works, and he said, I hate slow baseball. He just can't stand it. Apparently he hates watching pitchers who really take their time out there on the mound. And thus, when he's out there, he's thinking, get the ball, pitch, and you'll really notice that on the mound from him today.
And now Grayson Genesta up at the plate for the Kettleers, and he takes strike 1 as Myers catches Diener edge. And he really does work quickly. The 0-1 misses low and outside. Count evens, 1 ball and 1 strike. You don't even have enough time to talk in between pitches.
I'm curious if he's ever going to shake off his catcher. That was a long break there between pitches.
This one grounded fair down the first base line. Diving stop by Critelli. Flips to a covering Myers, who just gets the first in time to beat Genesta for the 3rd out of the inning. So once again, the Kettleers go down in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, no men left on. After 2 full in Cotuit, Harwich on top of the Kettleers 1-0.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. Learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more. Visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
2, 3, 4 in the Harwich Mariners lineup coming up in the top of the 3rd inning against Justin Hooper, Ernie Clement, Joe Dunard, and Pavin Smith coming to the plate for Harwich. Clement sees the first pitch, and this one's ripped into left field for a base hit in between short and third, and the Mariners have the leadoff man aboard for the first time tonight. So Harwich with their 3rd hit of the night. Ernie Clement, who's leading the Cape League in batting average, came into this game at .370. 8 points ahead of second place Riley Mahan and his teammate Joe Dunand, who fittingly now comes to the plate.
Ernie Clement extremely aggressive at the plate, too. He saw 9 pitches in Harwich's game on Sunday, swung at every single one of them.
That is aggressive. That's aggressive. That's impressively aggressive. I really wanted to say that. As Hooper throws over to check on Clement, who gets back safely. Doonan 0 for 1 tonight, flew out to Jackson Klein in center to end the first.
By the way, in that game on Sunday, Harwich and Chatham played 12 innings. Neither team could cross more than 1 run. They each had 8 hits.
First pitch from Hooper, fouled off out of play down the right field line, and Doonan behind 0-1.
A lot of these ties that we've seen so far have been games that were cut short because they ran out of time. It was too dark. That one just hit 12 innings at Chatham, and they said, we're done.
Hooper working from the stretch, now throws over to first, and Clement gets back safely. Kettleers playing a double play depth. Dorian in on the infield grass at third. Fisher and Hagen back up the middle. Outfield playing Doonan straight away. Hooper working from the stretch. Now, once again, throws over to check on Clement. Pretty big crowd here at Lowell Park today. The third base bleachers behind the Kettleers dugout is pretty much full. People fighting for spots. The area below us also with some fans as Hooper for the third time in a row throws over to first base. Even the first base bleachers, the Mariners side, with a pretty sizable crowd, and it's not like it's a close drive, so the Mariners faithful making their way out to Cotuit today. Hooper now kicks and fires home. This one misses inside to Doonan, 1-1 the count.
It's a good day for it. After, a trio or maybe 4 days in a row of cloudy weather with
it
highs
was
in
cold.
the high 60s. And
Yeah.
we had some games where you needed a hoodie and probably some pants if you wanted to sit there and watch the whole ball game.
Yeah, there was one day we both wore shorts, and I was sitting there like, this is a terrible idea. I need some pants.
I've done shorts and much worse.
I'm sure you have up in Evanston and Minnesota, where you're originally from. The 1-1 from Hooper, swung on and missed by Doonan. A little bit ahead of that off-speed pitch, and he falls behind 1-2. So Hooper ahead in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Clement leading off of first. Hooper comes set, kicks and fires. This one's chopped towards third. Leaping grab by Dorian, throws on to second, throw on to first. In time, 5-4-3 double play for the Kettleers. And just like that, the bases are empty and 2 men down.
That's a really good turn from Cotuit. Pat Dorian had to leap for that baseball. It took plenty of time for the ball to get to him. Quick hands to get it to second, and Ryan Hagen with a quick turn to get it to first. I was surprised that they were able to get Doonan, who wasn't showing off the best speed, wheeling down to first, but still a good 5-4-3.
The only lefty in Harwich's lineup now comes to the plate. Paven Smith, left fielder for the Mariners. Hails from the University of Virginia, as well as his teammate Ernie Clement. And he rips this one in between first and second for a base knock. That is the Mariners' 4th hit of the day. And once again, with 2 men down, they get a single.
Cotuit has some action in their bullpen now, too. They had a left-handed pitcher warming up. It appears he may have sat down at this junction.
That'll bring up Nick Fight, designated hitter tonight. That rhymed. For the Harwich Mariners out of UNC Wilmington. And the first pitch from Hooper right down the middle for strike 1. And it looks like it's Cal Becker warming up in the Kettleers bullpen. Right-hander out of Sonoma State, one of our favorite interviews we have up here, Jason. And the 0-1 from Hooper swung on and missed from Fate. And the lefty out of UCLA heading the count 0-2.
I have that Seawolf monologue saved somewhere on my computer, I think. from Cal Becker.
I have it saved in my head. I don't think I'll ever forget it.
Pure gold.
So Hooper ahead in the count, 0-2. Comes set, kicks, fires. This fastball misses below the knees. 1-2 now the count to Fate.
Good spot for the heater there from Hooper. Down at the shins, maybe even the shoelaces. Really forcing him to chase if he wants a piece of it.
And he gets him there on the off-speed pitch. His first strikeout of the night. He strikes out Nick Fight for the third out of the inning, but the Mariners don't score. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base. After 2.5, Harwich on top of Cotuit 1-0. You're locked in. Kettleers baseball.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's
Jackson Klein leading things off for the Kettleers in the bottom of the third. Harwich on top of Cotuit 1-0. They got that run on a bases-loaded walk from Max Bird back in the top of the second inning. 7, 8, 9 due up for Cotuit, Klein, Hagan, and Fisher. And the first pitch to Klein. This one's fouled back. And the center fielder out of Stanford behind in the count 0-1. And the 0-1 from Myers. This one in at the knees for strike 2. And Myers working quickly and effectively. He is not allowed a hit tonight, nor is he allowed a base runner to that.
And you can see Jackson Klein stepping out, maybe trying to mix up Myers' tempo.
And now he has allowed a base runner, but he does it via the strikeout. He strikes out Jackson Klein, but the ball gets away from Nick D'Alessandro, and Klein goes down to first base, where he reaches safely.
And I'm sure Cotuit will take it. Definitely not the way you intend to get your first base runner of the evening, but now you're in business in the third with your leadoff man on.
Ryan Hagan up at the plate now. Second baseman out of Mercer. Nobody down and a runner on for Cotuit. And first pitch, Klein goes, and it's swung on the air, shallow left field. And it'll be the shortstop, Burt, ranging into shallow left field for the first out of the inning.
Looked like the hit and run was on for Cotuit there. Jackson Klein was off right away. And given that B.J. Myers works pretty quickly, he probably had a good idea of when he was going home. The other thing, too, is Myers doesn't come home really quickly. Like, in between pitches, he works with a good pace, but his move to home isn't all that quick, and he doesn't have a lot of velocity on his fastball as compared to the average Cape Cod Baseball League pitcher.
That is true, and he throws over to first to check on Klein. He gets back safely. Clay Fisher now up the plate for Cotuit. Myers working from the stretch, kicks and fires, and Fisher pops this one up just to the right of home plate. It's the first baseman, Critelli, calling off D'Alessandro, and he puts it away for the second out of the inning.
With Myers, it's not about fastballs or overpowering hitters at all. It's really the mix of pitches that he commands and where he locates those pitches. Notice that one on Clay Fisher, in on the hands. if he doesn't get around on that pitch, it's not going to be a hit. And even if he does get around on it, very good chance he turns it too much and it goes foul.
Throw over to first. Klein has to dive back, but he gets back safely. Top of the order now up for the Kettleers and Quinn Brody. 0 for 1, grounded out to second in his first at-bat. Myers working from the stretch, kicks and deals. This one misses high and outside, 1-0 the count. Myers now throwing back over to first. Klein gets back safely. And one thing, especially after Fisher and Hagan both swung at the first pitch, Myers works very quickly, but it's moving even quicker because Kettleers being aggressive at the plate, at least at the bottom of the order. Brody now ahead in the count 2-0 as Myers misses outside with a fastball.
Kind of playing into his hands when you're swinging that early in the count. But at the same time, he can get into a rhythm if he throws a lot of pitches in one at-bat.
This one catches the inner edge for strike one. Nice pitch from Myers. 2-1 now the count on Brody as Klein leads off of first base, the two Stanford teammates.
With pitchers that do get in a rhythm like that, the number one thing to do is get runners on base, because now his mind can't focus solely on the batter, where he's throwing. He has to time up his stuff to make sure that he's not giving Klein an advantage on the base pass.
The 2-1 line into left field, moving to his right is Smith, and he puts it away for the third out of the inning. The Kettleers get a base runner, but not exactly in the way they would like. It comes on a drop third strike. No runs on no hits, no errors. One man left on after 3 full. 1-0 Mariners over the Kettleers at Lowell Park. And now we're going to shoot it down to our field reporter, John Perez, who has a report from behind the Kettleers dugout.
Yeah, guys, I had the opportunity to speak to Cal Stevenson Sunday night. Stud of the game, had the game-winning RBI single that brought in Quinn Brody. And, we've spoken multiple times this year about how Stevenson really has a patient approach at the plate, always looking to walk and just get on base. But he said that time he actually knew Tyler Stevens was on the mound and had a good record against Tyler Stevens from New Mexico from the time that he actually played him at Nevada. So Stevenson was looking for a first pitch fastball, got it, and then got 4 straight fastballs more, eventually turned into a 3-1 count. Got a later in the games, and if there's a runner in scoring position, he's looking to hit. A walk is nice, a hit's even better. So guys, back to you. The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016. 1-0 the score heading to the 4th inning at Lowell Park in Cotuit. Kettleers trail the Harwich Mariners. Mariners coming back to the plate here with 6, 7, and 8 in their order. Thanks for joining us on this beautiful Tuesday evening. I'm Jason Doro. Next to me, Aiden Doyle. 0-1 count for Filaire, who walked in his first plate appearance of the day. Here's the 0-1, tapped foul.
And Jason, I have to say, we missed you yesterday.
I missed you guys yesterday.
Well, you had a nice day out on Nantucket. Yesterday was the first annual media interns versus game day interns softball game. Took place at one of the Little League fields behind the Hyannis Youth and Community Center. I believe that's the official name of it.
1-2 swung on and missed by Filaire for out number 1. And yes, the HYCC.
And you missed a victory, man. I'm telling you. I don't know what that says though. Do we not need you? Like, can you just go to Nantucket?
You know,
every
I'm
game?
curious if I was there. Maybe you lose by 5. Maybe you win by 24.
I like to think it would have been the latter.
Anthony Critelli digging in. Ball one outside. They did some studs of the game, too.
I did. We had just like they do in hockey, we had the 3 stars of the game. So the person who gets the 1 star is essentially the stud of the game. Then 2 and 3 are also studs of the game, but not the stud.
2-0 drilled to center field. Klein moving to his right, and he hauls it in for out number 2.
Jonathan Waterman, who's the MLB scout and GM liaison for the Kettleers. He was on the intern team. He was our stud of the game. Peter Flaherty, who technically is not an intern,
but snuck his way into the lineup.
Somehow.
He replaced me, we'll say that.
Yeah, we still were down 1 person, right? Yes, because Abby switched teams.
D'Alessandro taps one down the first base line, but foul for strike 1.
The whole roster situation changed from like the day before to the day of the game. Abby Souza.
It's just like the Cape League. You have activations, you have players getting released. You never know what will happen.
I mean, there were people who played in the game who I didn't know were even going to be there when I showed up to the park. I was like, wait, what are you doing here?
0-1 misses outside.
And so Jonathan Waterman was the 1 star, Peter Flaherty was 2 stars, and our own Matt Feldman got the 3rd star of the game.
Very nice. Hooper's 1-1. D'Alessandro gets a small piece. Count now 1-2.
I like to think you would have been the 1 star, though.
I like to think that, too. I see that you kept yourself off the star list as well.
Yeah, I felt like that would be...
That'd be inappropriate.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm glad that you were a gracious victor, handed out those awards in the proper fashion.
Not to say I didn't play well, but I felt it would be...
A generous stud of the game nominator and a generous broadcaster, Aiden Doyle.
I felt like it would be wrong.
This ball bounced to Clay Fisher at short. He tried to backhand it, hit off the end of his mitt, and went into left field. So D'Alessandro reaches with 2 down.
That's a tough play for Clay Fisher. 1 ranging into the hole, and then trying to backhand that ball. Takes a tough hop on him up towards his shoulder, and unable to bring it down. Fittingly, that goes as a single for D'Alessandro, his 2nd hit of the day.
5 hits up on the board now for Harwich, but just 1 run. They pushed that one across in the 2nd. With the bases loaded walk, Austin Fuller scoring as Max Burt drew the base on balls. Burt is at the plate. First pitch on the way from Hooper. It's inside, ball 1. Harwich is 16-8-2 on the season. Those 2 ties coming in their last 2 ball games. 1-0 offering. Misses upstairs. 2 balls, no strikes. The Mariners are in first place in the East Division, while Cotuit currently sits in 5th in the West. 8-17-1, but they're gaining ground. Ground ball towards 2nd. Hagen flips to a covering Fisher, and that's it for Harwich in the 4th. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. 3.5 now in the books at Lowell Park, and Harwich leads Cotuit 1-0. We'll be right back after this short break.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod. Please visit CapeCodHealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. Learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more. Visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Cotuit trails 1-0 as we head to the bottom of the fourth at Lowell Park. They have 2, 3, and 4 in the order due up: Stevenson, Voss, and Dorian to bat. First pitch of the inning from B.J. Myers bounces into home plate, ball 1. It's a sun-splashed evening here at Lowell Park. A couple of shadows making their way onto the field from the third base line. But it's finally warmed up on Cape Cod after a chilly weekend, and we're looking forward to a good week of baseball. Stevenson swings and misses, counting out 1-1. Cotuit plays at Brewster tomorrow, 5 p.m. first pitch, before they get an off day on Thursday. That's right, 2 days off in a 4-day stretch. 1-1 is low and inside. And then over the weekend, Cotuit will play at Harwich, at Bourne, home against Falmouth, and then play at Gov Fuller Field against the Commodores on Monday.
Now, I'd be interested the players' take on that, the 2 days off and 4 days, because one, you're over halfway through the season, nice to get some rest, get some time to see the Cape and stuff, but at the same time, they've been playing well recently. You don't want those off days to break up that rhythm.
3-1 misses low, and Stevenson has a leadoff walk in the fourth. Second time today that Cotuit gets the leadoff man on. And I guess that's why we have player interviews, Aiden.
That is why we do them.
We can throw that question at him when we're joined by some members of the Kettleers bullpen later in this ball game.
Looks like it's going to be Matt Rupenthal and Taylor Lehman coming up into the booth. So that's all you, Jason.
Here is Corey Voss, Cotuit's DH for the evening. Waits on the first pitch and takes it for strike 1. Voss struck out in his first at-bat. Small lead for Stevenson off of first, who has excellent speed. Here's Myers 0-1. Check swing from Voss. He did not go, pitch in the dirt, and Stevenson able to advance down to second.
Nice job by Cal Stevenson reading the ball well off of D'Alessandro there. It bounced away from him, but not so far that it's obvious that you can take an extra base. Just a good read and heads-up base running from Stevenson.
And this now becomes Cotuit's best chance of the evening. Their first 6 guys to the plate were set down in order. They got Jackson Klein on with a drop third strike last inning, but he never moved off of first base. 1-1 offering. Right down the pipe and called for a strike. Make it 1-2. Harwich playing deep in the outfield, rather deep in the infield, especially up the middle. 1-2 is a breaking ball, drilled to center. Clement moves in, moves back, makes the catch. Long throw to third base. Here it comes. Not in time to get Stevenson, who tags up and moves along to third base.
That's more heads-up base running by Cal Stevenson, and also doing a good job just keeping his eyes on Mike Roberts at third base. Roberts has the best angle at that ball. You can see how far back Clement is. Stevenson, head down, running straight towards third base. The only thing he's looking at is third base coach. That's exactly how it's done. And now, a deep fly ball ties this ball game up.
New ways to score Stevenson here with Dorian at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out to center. Corners are in. Middle infield moves in as well. Bunt dropped down. Myers loses it, picks it back up, throws home. Won't get Stevenson, who dives in safely. Dorian reached at first base on what should be an error on the pitcher Myers.
And it is. If Myers fields that ball cleanly, Stevenson's still at third base right now. He probably gets Dorian at first base, and then there's two down with a runner on third, but just missed it. It's like you got to keep your eye on the ball. You got to look at the ball come into your glove. You can't start throwing it before you've caught it, and that's exactly what Myers tried to do there. He had already picked his head up and was thinking just a bit too far out in front of the actual play and let it get away from him.
And you probably have to give Cal Stevenson some credit because that he had already jumped fairly far off of third base and then made that move toward home. Myers rushed back to the baseball and rushed his throw home.
Well, you absolutely have to get Stevenson some credit, not only for reading that well, but also reading, the ball that got away from D'Alessandro that advanced him to second, and then the sac fly that moved him to third, and then reading the error by Myers. The Kettleers don't have a hit in this game, and yet he was able to go all the way around the bases.
We're tied up 1-1. Jason DeLay at the plate. Breaking ball low and outside. The count is now 2 balls and 1 strike.
And another thing I like about Stevenson is that he never tries to do too much. Just took one base at a time. Kettleers moving the runners over. Fly ball by Voss. Tried to play a little bit of small ball with Dorian. Didn't exactly go how they planned, but it worked.
And this is starting to look more and more like the game Cotuit played on Sunday at Hyannis. A game which finished 2-1. Cotuit got the victory, but had 4 less hits than the Harbor Hawks. Two balls, 2 strikes for DeLay. He's 0 for 1 on the day with a fly out to left field. Here's the 2-2 offering. Breaking ball, and it just misses low. Count runs full with Dorian on first base. 1 down in the bottom of the 4th. Myers comes set and comes home with the 3-2. Dorian off with the pitch. It's outside. DeLay draws the walk. Cotuit has 2 men on for the first time tonight, and Grayson Genista coming to the plate.
Well, Cotuit's doing a good job of being patient at the plate and playing heads-up baseball. DeLay working the count there, took that very good breaking ball from Myers low and outside to work the count full, and then Myers missed with the payoff pitch. DeLay down to first base. Now two runners on for one of your better hitters in Grayson Genista.
And Harwich is not happy with the situation they found themselves in. Reminder that if Cotuit scores just 1 more run in this ball game, they've scored more runs than the average that Harwich allows in any given contest. 1.85 per game against the Mariners. They've thrived off their pitching staff and defensive success this season. Genista is 0 for 1 coming to the plate. Grounded out to first base in the 2nd inning. Jackson Klein and then Ryan Hagan would follow the Cotuit first baseman.
And what's amazing is Myers still doesn't have an earned run. Because even though he committed the error on the bunt from Dorian, it's explicitly stated in the rules that an error by a pitcher is treated the exact same as any other defender. Therefore, it would have been an error. It was very similar to an error by the shortstop or the third baseman or something.
Genista hits one to deep left center field. This one bounces off the wall. They're sending Dorian home as well as DeLay. They both score standing up. It's a 2-run double for Grayson Genista. Cotuit has their first lead of the ball game. It's 3-1.
Well, now he has an earned run. In fact, he has a couple of them. Nice job by Grayson Genista taking that pitch on the outside part of the plate and showing off his power to all fields, driving that one out towards left center field. He just missed a home run there. That ball was about halfway up the fence out in left center field. And Dorian and DeLay doing a good job reading it, that it was over Clement's head. score. DeLay scored from first base on that one, and Genesta into second with a stand-up double.
Still a man in scoring position for Jackson Klein. First pitch of the at-bat, breaking ball misses up high, ball one. We'll also remind you that B.J. Myers came into this contest with a sub-1 ERA, .95. And time is called before he can come home with the 1-0.
Well, that number is about to climb a little bit. That number was good for third in the Cape League. That .95 ERA.
Dribbler down the third base line. It's foul.
The only two gentlemen he trailed. In first place, Jeff Passantino, who the Kettleers know all too well. Right-hander out of Lipscomb University for the Falmouth Commodores. And then Joe Ryan of the Orleans Firebirds, who has a .75.
1-1 count for Klein. Here it comes. Hit on the ground, right side. Second baseman India up with it. Sidearms to first. Now there are two down in the fourth inning. Grayson Genesta advances from second to third on the play.
But even then, like you mentioned, Genesta over to third. If you have to hit a ground ball in that situation, you want one to the right side, because then that would allow Genesta to move to third. And now you still have a runner 90 feet away for Hagen.
Hagen is 0 for 1. Popped out to the shortstop last inning. His second chance of the day comes with a runner on third base. And he hits a slow roller, left side. The third baseman Dunand has it. He throws on to first and gets Hagen to end the frame. Cotuit puts a 3 spot on the board in the fourth. It comes on 1 hit and 1 error, 1 man left on. We've completed 4 at Lowell Park, and now Cotuit has their first lead of the night. They're up 3-1 on the Harwich Mariners. If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th generation member of the business and 12th generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu. The Kettleers go into the 5th inning with a 3-1 lead on the best team in the Cape Cod Baseball League. 3-1 the scoreline. Top of the order due up for the Harwich Mariners here. Jonathan India, Ernie Clement, Joe Dunand to bat. India is 0 for 2 on the day with a ground out to short and a pop out to third base. Justin Hooper now into his 5th inning of work, his longest appearance of the season. Second pitch to India is driven into right center field. It's down and up against the wall. Klein sends it back in, but India is into second base with a stand-up double.
I was just about to say, right before that pitch, look at the job that Justin Hooper's done bouncing back after that second inning in which he walked 2 batters and allowed a run. Just really settled in nicely, He's picked up 2 strikeouts in the 3rd and 4th innings. Done a good job finding the zone and showing off that really good stuff that we've talked about.
And you may or may not have noticed it. It was very subtle, but Jonathan India, after reaching second base, did the nay-nay dance, which apparently the Harwich Mariners have added into their little repertoire this season. Anytime they get a double, some of them enjoy dropping the nay-nay on second base.
I've always been more of a fan of the whip, as you know, but
I'm well aware.
the nay-nay is all right as well. I guess it passes.
You could tell them to put them together because they're a combo.
They are. I wonder if Mike Roberts knows what the nay-nay is.
Something for the post-game interview. Probably after a victory. And here comes Mike Roberts. He's out to the mound to chat with Hooper and the rest of the Cotuit infield. Right-handed pitcher warming in the bullpen. Nobody down yet in the 5th. Harwich just got a leadoff double from Jonathan India.
It's Eddie Mole in the bullpen, by the way, Jason.
Surprise, surprise.
Mr. Reliable for Mike Roberts. Seems like he's his security blanket out there. Leads the team with 11 appearances.
Nobody else has more than 7. Robertson and David Garrix both have 7 on the year.
And in those 11 appearances, 20 innings pitched, 1.35 ERA. We saw him the other night in Hyannis, 2 2/3 of 1 hit ball, and he struck out 3.
And it is Eddie Mole time. Cotuit making a call to the bullpen. 4 innings will be it for Justin Hooper on the night. So we'll take a quick break here as Cotuit swaps their arms, and we'll come back with the rest of the frame. You're locked in to Kettleers Baseball.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
Eddie Mole now toes the rubber for Cotuit in the top of the 5th inning, making his 12th appearance as a Kettleer this season. Continues to expand his lead on most outings for the Kettleers. He has a 2-0 record. 11 games in his 11 games so far is a 1.35 ERA. Great mark. 20 innings, 13 strikeouts. He's facing Ernie Clement, who is 1 for 2 on the day with a pop out to first and a single. Cotuit has drawn the corners in. Nobody out yet in the 5th. Jonathan India on second base with a leadoff double. Fastball from Mole, called for a strike.
And Mole's really been effective. Came into this season as a temporary player for the Kettleers earned his way into a final spot on the roster and has really emerged as, like we talked about, the go-to guy out of that bullpen for Mike Roberts.
1-1 pitch. This just misses. 2 balls, 1 strike now for Clement. We saw Mole just a couple days ago in Hyannis. He went 2 2/3 against the Harbor Hawks and got the victory, his second of the season. Both of his wins have come against Hyannis, actually. 2-1 pitch. Hit on the ground sharply at Dorian. He checks the runner at second, fires across the diamond, and gets Clement for out number 1.
It's a nice play by Pat Dorian over there at third base. One, just to be able to field that ball. That was rocketed at him. Prime example of why they call it the hot corner. But then does a good job looking India back to second and delivering a strong throw onto Genesta at first for the first out.
That brings up Dunand, who's 0 for 2. He has a pop out to center, and he also grounded into a double play, 5-4-3. Mole comes set at the belt, and now steps off. Pavin Smith would follow Dunand, and then Nick Fight. This is the heart of the Harwich order, 3, 4, and 5. Genesta playing well off the base at first. First pitch cut on and missed. Big cut from Dunand. Have we seen Grayson Genesta play that far off of first base? I'm just curious.
I don't remember a time. It's typically you see the shift with left-handed batters up. You know, guys like David Ortiz or...
Well, that's the thing. You can only come so far off of first base. 0-1 pitch. This one's inside.
Very rarely do you see it with a right-handed batter, maybe a dead pull hitter. Some teams might shift like a Jose Bautista, who's known for his dead pull power, but it's a little bit different when they get to the majors and you aren't just trying to hit for average. Like Bautista's sole job is really to just put it out of the ballpark.
1-1 offering fouled off by Dunand, hit it into his own shins. Now Mole ahead 1-2 after replacing Justin Hooper. Hooper goes 4 innings plus. Gave up the double to start this inning. 6 hits against him on the night. 1 earned run, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. Mole ready. Here's the 1-2. Again, tapped foul. Dunand gets a small piece. Three won the score. Cotuit in front after a big 4th inning. 1 hit and 1 error pushed them ahead. Mole ready with a 1-2 count. Looks down to second, and India now comes home. Swing and a miss. He fans Dunand for out number 2.
Eddie Mole doesn't have the best stuff on the team, doesn't have the best velocity on the team, doesn't have the best breaking pitches on the team, but yet somehow, some way, he's arguably, if not the most effective pitcher on the team. And the reason why? Changing eye levels, changing speeds. Lived down in the zone for the majority of that at-bat, featuring the fastball, then goes off speed, climbs the ladder with the fastball to strike out Dunand.
Pavin Smith at the plate with 2 down. And Eddie Mole got Cotuit out of a jam too when he came in on Sunday. 2 men were on when he entered with 1 down in the 5th. As he gets a ball lined at the shortstop, Fisher. And again, Eddie Mole gets out of a jam unscathed. He comes in with a runner on second and nobody down and sets down the next 3 to end the top half of the 5th. 3-1 the score at Lowell Park. Cotuit on top of Harwich. Keep it right here. You're locked in to Kettleers Baseball.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080.
or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th generation member of the business and 12th generation Cape Codder.
The Kettleers look to expand on their 3-1 lead in the bottom of the 5th here at Lowell Park. 9-1-2 in the order, coming to the plate with Fisher, Brody, and Stevenson to face B.J. Myers. First pitch of the inning is a breaking ball that misses outside, ball 1. I'm Jason Doro. Aiden Doyle's hopped off headset, and now I'm joined by Kettleers pitcher Matt Rupenthal. Thanks for joining us, Matt.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Fisher hits one out to center field. Clement going back. Ranges all the way to the fence where he makes the grab. That's a very loud first out in the 5th inning. Now, Matt, you got the chance to head back to the rubber this past weekend at Hyannis. Your first appearance since June 22nd. How do you feel about that outing against the Harbor Hawks?
It was just great to get back out there on the mound. After a short stint, I guess you could call it, on the disabled list, I felt a little rusty at times, but it was just a lot of fun to get back out there and contribute once again to this Kettleers team.
Quinn Brody at the plate now, facing an 0-1 count, and he rips one down the first baseline foul. He went 3 innings in the start, gave up 1 run, 4 hits, 3 strikeouts. Is there anything the coaches pinpointed for you afterward?
No, actually, I think kind of nothing but positives. I kind of threw, I definitely mixed in a changeup for the first time in a live game. Really, since I've gotten to college, I'm mostly just a fastball, curveball guy out of the bullpen at school, and obviously starting, gonna have to have a third pitch, and I think I threw 7 or 8 changeups. Nothing hit hard. Got some swings and misses on it, so it was nice to just kind of find a grip that worked and just start throwing it out there.
Has Robert said that he'd like to have you in that starting role going forward?
Yeah, I think I'm as long as I continue to get outs as a starter, I think I should be stay in the starter role.
We've seen a lot of different guys start ball games for Cotuit this season. Of course, running out of games, 17 games left. Still plenty of time for Kettleers to make up ground, but a little over halfway through the season now. And at this point, we actually reach a junction where you guys have 2 off days in a 4-day stretch. Do you guys like that, or do you feel like you're getting in a rhythm out there and you want to keep playing ball?
I think just for my personal situation right now with being a starting pitcher, I think doesn't really matter a whole lot to me, but I can see where if you're a position player and you a couple of days off during the week might kind of throw off some stuff at the plate, but just for me personally, it doesn't really bother me at all. It just kind of gives me some extra time to go take care of the stuff that I need to do, in between starts. And it also gives all of us some time to enjoy the Cape Cod.
Stevenson grounds out there, and that will end the 5th. One more question for you before we take a break here. Is there anything that you've decided you want to do to enjoy Cape Cod with those off days?
Well, my parents are here, so it's a little bit. I guess I went golfing yesterday on the off day. My mom and my dad. It was just my mom's birthday actually yesterday, the 11th, and then thinking we're going to either Martha's Vineyard or Nantucket this coming Thursday. So looking forward to checking everything out.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thanks for joining us, Matt. Hope you enjoy the time here with your family while they're in town.
Yep. Thank you very much.
We'll take a quick break. Cotuit up 3-1 going to the 6th.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the leading provider of healthcare services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod. Care hospitals, please visit capecodhealth.org.
Top of the 6th inning now at Lowell Park. 3-1 Cotuit leads Harwich. Mariners have 5, 6, and 7 in the order due up with Fight, Filaire, and Critelli. 1-0 the count. Eddie Mole still on the bump for Cotuit here, but we have a new pitcher up here in the booth. Taylor Lehman now joining me on headset. Taylor, how's it going?
It's going really good. How are you?
Doing pretty well up here. Fun to see Cotuit jump out in front in the 4th inning with a solid 3-run frame.
Yeah, no doubt.
Now, like Matt, you got the chance to throw on Sunday against Hyannis and went 1 1/3 out of the bullpen. You've seen a couple of different roles with Cotuit, but how do you feel about that appearance?
At the end of it, I felt good, but I mean, I knew I didn't have my best stuff that day, and gave a few hits strung together. But I mean, at the end of the day, I had to be pretty happy with it. But I know Eddie came in after me and got out of the inning for me. But when you don't have your best stuff, you just gotta compete as well as you can. Use what you got.
Now, I think the writers were talking with Eddie a couple days ago, and he might have called himself the Band-Aid of the bullpen. What do you think about that assessment?
I mean, I wouldn't argue that because, like, he's doing it again here. I mean, he's been dominant out of the bullpen for us this year, and he's a go-to in any situation. I mean, even as a starter, he was pretty dominant, but I think he's really comfortable in the role of coming in when someone gets in trouble and getting him out of it.
1-1 count for Austin Filaire with 1 down and the bases empty. What about for you? You've started some games, you've come out of the bullpen. Are you happy with the kind of mixed role, or is there something that you prefer on the mound?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. First 2 years of college, all I did was start until this last 2 weekends this year. And then I came out of the bullpen then and had some success. And then here I've had some pretty good success out of the bullpen. But, I mean, either way, I'm pretty comfortable. I think you got to be in any situation, but whatever the team needs me to do, that's what I'm going to do. So I'm happy with anything.
Rupenthal said that he's been enjoying these last couple days with his family, going out golfing, and with the 2 off days this week, maybe getting off the Cape a little bit. Do you have anything in mind with the off days here?
Not really. I just kind of take them as they come, but definitely enjoying the off days. You know, love being at the field, but every once in a while it's nice to get a break from it. But yeah, me and a bunch of the guys went to the beach Monday, and probably either going to do that again Thursday or maybe head over to Martha's Vineyard or something.
Another one of the crazes going around right now is Pokemon Go, and some of the interns are curious if that's catching on with the team.
It has a little bit, I think.
Really?
I haven't played it. I've never played Pokemon growing up or anything, so I really wouldn't know what I was doing if I got the game. But I know on the way home from the game the other day, I was driving Corey Voss home, and he was playing it. He was catching Pokemon as we were driving, I guess. I really don't know how it works, but some of them are having fun with it.
Catching Pokemon in the car on Cape Cod. I never thought I'd hear that.
Yeah, me neither.
Do you have a separate hobby or video game that you go to? We know Hooper loves the Smash Bros. Pokemon Go apparently is in with some of the players.
At school, sometimes when we have some free time, me and my housemates will play a little bit of Call of Duty on Xbox, but other than that, don't really play much video games. Maybe a game of NBA or NHL here and there.
0-2 count for Cartelli now, who is 1 for 2 in the ball game with a single. 3-1 Cotuit leads in the 6th. Here's a roller towards third. Dorian has it. Throw to second. Out there. Relay to first. In time, the second 5-4-3 double play of the ball game. Cotuit is out of the 6th. One more question for you, Taylor, before you head out. Anything in particular you're looking for with this final stretch here on Cape Cod? You guys got 3 more weeks left.
Yeah, we're just looking. I think main goal here is to win some more games and make a push for the playoffs. Because once you make the playoffs, anything can happen.
Looking forward to see what's in the mix here all the way into August. Again, Taylor, thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
We'll take a quick break and come back with the bottom of the 6th frame. Cotuit leading 3-1 at home against Harwich.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. Learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more. Visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Bottom of the 6th at Lowell Park. Cotuit leading against the best team in the Cape Cod Baseball League. 3-1 the score. Kettleers on top of the Mariners. And they have 3, 4, and 5 in their batting order due up with Corey Voss, Pat Dorian, and Jason DeLay. No more pitchers now in the broadcast booth. It's me and Aiden Doyle. Thanks for joining us on this wonderful Tuesday evening.
And I wasn't even a pitcher in yesterday's softball game.
No, it's center field, right?
That is correct.
Range for days.
Our team photographer, Bridget Reck, was threw a complete game out there on the mound.
Wow. Did she ice the arm today?
I don't know. She threw a lot of pitches. If she knew how to take care of her arm, she would. But it's a question of whether or not she did.
0-1 popped up down the left field line. Dunand giving chase. It drops out of play. You hope that doesn't affect the photography level of play today, too, because we know how much action is involved there with the arm motion.
That's the reason I put her at pitcher. I thought in slow pitch softball, if you can put some spin on the ball, it's incredibly helpful.
Voss rung up for the first out of the inning.
And I thought her being right-handed, she's pressing that button.
The trigger kind of sorts.
Yes, that thing on the camera. The thing that takes the pictures. And she's probably got a strong pointer finger on her right hand.
Dorian slaps one down the third base line, but foul.
And if she can apply the pressure with that pointer finger, it can put all sorts of spin on the ball coming out of her right hand. She's got more strength in that finger than the average person. So I thought, hey, she's got this advantage over everybody. Why not put her on the mound?
It's intuitive thinking. And obviously it paid off, getting the victory.
I like to think that was the reason we won.
Aiden's managerial skills on display yesterday at the Hyannis Youth and Community Center.
Forget money ball. It's all about finger ball. You got a chuckle out of that one, Jason. I know you did. You had to mute the mic.
Yeah, yep. 1-2 count for Dorian. Here's the pitch. Bounced low and outside. Dorian's 0 for 2. Flew out to center in the second. Reached on an error by Myers in the fourth. Eventually he'd come around to score on a Grayson Genesta 2-run double. 2-2 pitch on the way. This one snaps inside, and now it's a full count.
That pitch was actually closer than it seemed. It just D'Alessandro having to move way in for that, but when it's where it crosses the plate. I thought could have been one of those weird-looking strike 3 calls.
3-2 hit on the ground to India at second base, who sends it on to first for out number 2. And yeah, that slider just swoops all the way across the plate. So much lateral break. Base is empty, 2 down for Jason DeLay. He's 0 for 1. Flew out to left field in the second inning, walked in the fourth. Also scored on the Genesta double. First pitch on the way, breaking ball. DeLay is out in front, strike 1. B.J. Myers in his 6th inning of work here started the ball game for Harwich. 0-1 is also a breaker that misses. 1 hit against Myers, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. Or as Aiden said, all 3 of them earned, correct?
No. Come on, Jason.
I keep getting it confused in my
one
mind
of them
as
should be
DeLay
earned.
grounds out.
1 should be earned. Just 1.
We'll talk it over on the other side of this break.
We'll talk to the
3-1 the
official
score. Cotuit leading Harwich, going to the 7th at Lowell Park.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Eddie Mole still on the bump for the Kettleers, and his first pitch to Nick D'Alessandro. Called strike 1, off-speed pitch, catches the outside part of the plate. Mole, the right-hander out of George Washington, into his 3rd inning of relief. Cotuit on top of Harwich by a score of 3-1. And the 0-1 from Mole misses outside. Count evens 1 ball and 1 strike. Number 9 hitter Max Burt, shortstop out of Northeastern, waits on deck for Harwich. Righty-righty matchup here. Dorian playing in on the edge of the infield grass at third. Rest of the infield playing back. And the 1-1. Fouled off down the right field line, out of play. Count moves to 1-2. The 1-2 as Mole comes set, kicks and fires. And that one misses inside, just misses hitting D'Alessandro. And count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
More action in the Kettleers bullpen now. They have a right-handed sidewinder warming, probably Ryan Rigby getting ready.
The 2-2 from Mole. Breaking ball just misses outside and the count runs full. So a full count to Nick D'Alessandro. Catcher out of Purdue. And Mole comes set. And the payoff pitch. In there, strike 3 at the knees. D'Alessandro goes down looking. And he is retired for the first time tonight. 1 down in the top of the 7th. As Eddie Mole picks up his 3rd strikeout of the evening.
That's a great spot for the fastball. Low and inside. Catches enough of the plate where he knows it's going to be in there.
Now, number 9 hitter Bird up at the plate. And the first pitch from Mole shows bunt but takes it back. And this one catches the outside edge for strike 1. And the 0-1 from Mole. Cut on and missed by Burt. That was an off-speed pitch in the dirt. So the shortstop behind 0-2. Eddie Mole making quick work of the Harwich Mariners since coming into this ballgame. He's faced 7 batters. This is his 8th. He's given up 1 hit, but that was quickly erased on the 5-4-3 double play that Critelli grounded into. 1-2 now the count on Burt. Mole kicks and fires. This one misses low and outside. Count evens at 2-2.
And again, Harwich is struggling with runners on base. They've stranded 6 guys on the base paths so far tonight. Cotuit left 10 Harbor Hawks on base, the Cotuit pitching staff that is, in the win on Sunday.
Mole misses again, so the count runs full on Burt. The payoff pitch from Mole. This one just misses outside, and Max Burt heads on down to first base with a walk.
That's a good eye from Burt. Great pitch from Mole, especially with his kind of sidewinding 3/4 delivery. That ball has to swing across the plate to miss outside, and it didn't miss by much.
So with 1 runner on, Kettleers at double play depth. Dorian in at third. Genesta in at first. Fisher and Hagan playing back up the middle. First pitch to the leadoff man, Jonathan India, misses, so Mole behind at the count 1-0. Working from the stretch, he comes set. Now kicks and fires, and this one's grounded straight back, evens the count at 1-1. Mole looking into his catcher, Jason DeLay. Throws over to first, and Burt dives back safely.
Wind blowing out to center field. Not too strong, but some decent gusts.
The off-speed pitch from Mole misses low and outside. 2-1 now the count on India.
We haven't seen too many deep fly balls this evening. Ball's been kept in the infield a lot, it seems like.
And the 2-1 from Mole. Fastball. This one misses just inside. 3-1 now the count to the second baseman. India 1 for 3 tonight. Grounded out to short in the first. Popped out to third in the second. And doubled off of Justin Hooper in the fifth. Mole behind in the count, 3-1. Now comes set. Kicks and fires. This one grounded back up the middle, fielded by Fisher. He takes it himself to second. Throw on to first in time. It's a 6-3 double play. The pitcher's best friend. And Eddie Mole continues to face the minimum, twice being helped out by a double play. We are through 6.5. It's time to stretch here at Lowell Park. Kettleers on top of the Mariners by a score of 3-1. Keep it right here. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today. So dock your skiff and take a walk past the coop. It's 5 o'clock. Head on down to Lowell Park. We'll keep on playing till it gets dark. But first we've got a game to win. Give that pitch plenty of spin. Let's go, boys, let's get it done. We want to see a Cotuit home run. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Playing baseball the Cape Cod way. Kettleers are gonna win today.
Grayson Genesta, first baseman out of Wichita State, and the number 6 hitter tonight for the Kettleers, heading the count 1-0. New pitcher on the mound for the Harwich Mariners. It's Maddox Conger out of Vanderbilt University, and this one from Genesta fouled back and out of play. Count evens at 1-1. Three to 1 the score. Still the score here at Lowell Park. Conger working from the windup. This one chopped towards the left side of the infield. Fielded by Burt at short. Long throw onto first. And he gets Genesta. Nice play by Max Burt at short.
Oh my. Oh my. Max Burt in the hole on the run. Throws sidearm across his body. And beats a speedy Grayson Genesta. Woo, what a play.
There's that man again, Max Burt. Nice play by the shortstop out of Northeastern. That'll bring up Jackson Klein, center fielder tonight for the Kettleers. He's 0 for 2. And he's now behind in the count 0-1. He reached first back in the third inning. After he struck out, the ball got away from D'Alessandro, and he was able to get down to first before grounding out to second in the fourth inning. And he chops this one foul towards the Kettleers dugout, and he's behind 0-2. Klein, the number 7 hitter in the Kettleers lineup tonight, as Conger works from the windup, kicks and fires, and he gets Klein swinging for the second out of the inning. Off-speed pitch, off the plate. Klein chases, and he goes down via the K.
Really good breaking ball. Started off over the plate, but by the time it reached the catcher's mitt, it was well off of it. And when you're in the hole 0-2, you feel like you have to protect against that pitch.
It'll be Ryan Hagan coming up now for Cotuit. Righty-righty matchup as Conger deals an off-speed pitch. This one catches the outside part of the plate for strike one. Hagan 0 for 2 tonight. Popped out to the shortstop Burt in the third and grounded out to third in the fourth. And he's behind 0-2 as he swings through that pitch from Conger. Conger looking into D'Alessandro. Gets what he wants. Kicks and deals the 0-2. Fastball. This misses just high. And the count moves to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Shadows covering a bit more of Lowell Park here as Hagan stays alive, fouls this one straight back to the fence. Covering most of the infield. Pitcher's mound is in the shadows, third base in the shadows, much of the shortstop area in the shadows, all of left field for the most part. Center field and right field, as well as the right side of the infield, however. Still covered in sunlight, Jason. And the 1-2 from Conger, off-speed pitch. This one misses high. Count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And there are 2s across the board.
I think this is the night at Lowell Park that Kettleers fans have been waiting for almost a week now.
It's
not too hot, not too cold.
Goldilocks would be pumped right now. As Hagan chops this one foul, stays alive. Count remains 2-2.
It just did not look natural looking down from the press box in the Arnold Mycock building and seeing all these fans in hoodies and winter jackets and other kinds of outerwear in the middle of July. It is what it is, and they were still able to play baseball those days, but I think this is what your baseball fan is really looking for.
The 2-2, and this one's grounded down the first base line, rolling down the dirt, and the Mariners, looks like it's Conger who will pick it up before it comes back into fair territory. So Hagan fouls that one off, but runs about 100 feet down the line, and the count stays 2-2.
It's always fun to watch the slow roller up the line that hits off the lip between the dirt and the grass and then starts rolling back towards fair territory, and see a pitcher or a catcher, whoever it is, scramble to stop the ball from getting back into that fair territory.
2s across the board to Hagan. Second baseman Adam Mercer steps back into the box as Conger kicks and fires. This one hit sharply to a short, backhanded by Burt. Long throw onto first, and he gets him for the third out of the inning. Max Burt, the vacuum cleaner over at shortstop tonight for the Harwich Mariners. We've played 7 full at Lowell Park. Kettleers on top of the Mariners 3-1. Keep it right here. You're listening to Kettleers Baseball.
The Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod is keeping Cape Cod positively different by partnering with community organizations like the Kettleers and the Cape Cod Baseball League. With 9 convenient branches from Falmouth to Harwich and everywhere with mobile banking. Visit mycapecodbank.com to learn more.
The Kettleers and Cotuit Athletic Association welcome Spencer Hollett Plumbing and Heating and the Cooperative Bank of Cape Cod as members of the exclusive Kettleers Club in 2016.
Cape Cod Healthcare is the services for residents and visitors of Cape Cod. Care hospitals. For more information, please visit capecodhealth.org.
The Beach House Grill at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is the perfect spot for a seaside lunch or evening clamping. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Earn a bachelor's or master's degree, complete a certificate, or take a single course through the Division of Continuing Education and Graduate Studies at Curry College. Classes run days, evenings, and weekends in Milton and Plymouth. Learn more about programs in business, criminal justice, education, nursing, and more. Visit curry.edu.
Cape Cod Healthcare. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod Healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Pitching change for the Kettleers. Ryan Rigby, right-hander out of Mississippi State, on to pitch for Cotuit. He faces 2, 3, and 4 in the Mariners lineup. First pitch misses outside to Ernie Clement. I'm Aiden Doyle, joined alongside by Jason Doro. 3-1 the score here at Lowell Park. Kettleers on top of the Mariners. And Rigby misses way inside and plunks Ernie Clement. So the Harwich Mariners have the leadoff man aboard in the top of the 8th inning. And that brings up to number 3 hitter Joe Dunand.
And Rigby really wants to get through this part of the order unscathed. With 2, 3, 4 starting off this frame, if you can get to 5 or 6 and end this inning, then you have the bottom of the order due up in the 9th.
Although it's really the bottom of the order that's been doing the damage tonight.
That's true.
Falair 1 for 2 with a run scored. Critelli 1 for 3. D'Alessandro 2 for 3. And this one's chopped towards third. Dorian throws on to second. Out there, throw on to first. Takes Genesta off the bag, but he applies the tag to Dunand's shoulder. And so an unorthodox 5-4-3 double play, but it gets the job done. And now 2 down and the base is empty for the number 4 hitter, Pavin Smith.
That's 3 5-4-3 double plays tonight. Cotuit is getting the hops when they need them.
And that's the 4th double play they've turned in general. They had the 6-3 double play in the 7th inning. So this one grounded towards first, fielded by Genesta. He'll take it himself to the bag. And so Rigby plunks the leadoff man, but gets out of it unscathed. No runs on no hits, no errors, no men left on. After 7.5, Kettleers on top of the Mariners, 3-1 at Lowell Park. You're locked in to Kettleers baseball.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
What's donated here stays here. All blood that is donated to Cape Cod Healthcare stays on Cape Cod to help the lives of your friends, family, and neighbors. Learn more about donating blood, platelets, or hosting a blood drive at capecodhealth.org/blood center.
The Sacred Cod Tavern at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa is a quintessential New England dining experience for lunch or dinner. A proud member of leading hotels of the world.
Spencer Hallett Plumbing and Heating, a family-owned business, has been providing plumbing and heating services to businesses and homeowners on Cape Cod for over 100 years. It's what you'd call local, as Spencer is a 4th-generation member of the business and 12th-generation Cape Codder.
Learning at Curry College extends beyond the classroom and is embedded in all that they do. Curry prepares students to engage in successful careers and active citizenship with a global perspective. Explore undergraduate majors, minors, and concentrations, including new majors in accounting, biochemistry, and mobile application development, online at curry.edu.
Nine, 1 and 2 due up for the Kettleers in the bottom of the 8th inning. Maddox Conger still on the mound for the Harwich Mariners in a 3-1 ball game. Kettleers on top. Clay Fisher up for Cotuit, 0 for 2 tonight, and ahead in the count 1-0 is the fastball from Conger, misses high and inside. Fisher popped out to the first baseman in the 3rd before flying out to center in the 5th. Conger misses upstairs again, so Fisher ahead in the count, 2 balls, no strikes. Conger working from the windup, kicks and fires, gets Fisher swinging. Count moves to 2-1. Conger kicks and fires. Same pitch, same result. 2-2 now the count as Fisher gets nothing. Two. Swung on and missed by Fisher. Tipped it, but right into the glove of D'Alessandro. And that's out number 1.
And how about a trip around the Cape Cod Baseball League here
How
in the
about
8th?
it?
One of our favorite parts of the night.
I love taking trips.
Yarmouth Dennis leads Brewster 5-2 in the top of the 7th. Red Sox at home against the Whitecaps. And the Hyannis Harbor Hawks will, if they hold their lead, restrain Cotuit from making up ground on them. Harbor Hawks up 6-1 at McKeon Park against the Gatemen in the bottom of the 3rd. So still plenty of baseball to be played. Bourne and Chatham yet to get going. They're at Veterans Field tonight. And another game out on the East Coast. Firebirds are hosting the Falmouth Commodores. They haven't started yet either.
Count even 1-1 on Quinn Brody as he chops that pitch from Conger foul right towards the Mariners dugout. And I have to tell you, Jason, since your page loaded there, Brewster tacked on another run on YD. The score's now 5-3.
Wow, that's wild.
So it's happening as you look at that page. The 1-1 from Conger misses in the dirt. Brody now ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike.
And like I mentioned, Cotuit still trying to jump up in front of Hyannis at the bottom of the West Division. Currently the Kettleers 8-17-1. Hyannis is 11-15. That gives the Harbor Hawks 22 points, while the Kettleers have 17. You get 2 points for a win, 1 for a tie.
Brody rips this one foul. Count evens at 2-2.
And with 17 games left in the season after tonight, there's still plenty of baseball left to be played. And there are other teams that are in the middle or even the top of the West that shouldn't feel secure necessarily at this point. Bourne is 12-13-1 with 25 points. Wareham 12-11-3 with 27 points.
And the off-speed pitch from Conger gets Brody swinging. That's the second out of the 8th. And that'll bring up Cal Stevenson, the right fielder headed to Arizona next year.
Over in the East, things are actually a bit more interesting, too. Harwich in first place at 16-8-2. They have 34 points. YD 4 points behind at 15-11. Then you have 3 teams that are all within 2 wins of each other. Orleans at 13-12-1. Brewster at 11-14-1. And Chatham tied up with the Whitecaps, also 11-14-1.
First pitch from Conger finds the zone. 0-1 the count to Stevenson, and you're right. First place and last place in the East. 11 points separate them, whereas 15 in the West. The East overall is just, I don't want to say better, but statistically it is. Third place in the East, Orleans with 27 points. They'd be tied for second in the West. Last place in the East would be in fourth place in the West. As Stevenson lines this one down the left field line, but it slices foul. 1-2 now the count on Stevenson.
It's still close enough where, with more than a third of the season left to go, you really don't know how things are going to shake out on either side.
1-2, grounded towards short, fielded by Bird. Throw on to first, not in time to get the speedy Stevenson. He reaches for the second time today. First hit of the game for Stevenson, and just the second hit of the night for the Kettleers.
The Mariners all had 1 foot in the dugout already. Everyone out in the field for Harwich was headed to the dugout, and then Stevenson with that great speed to keep the inning alive.
So now the number 3 hitter, Corey Voss, another guy headed to the University of Arizona next year. 0 for 3 tonight, comes to the plate with Stevenson leading off first. Conger working from the stretch, kicks and fires. This one catches the inner part of the plate for strike 1. Conger now throws over to first. Stevenson gets back safely.
Kind of crazy to think that Cotuit is ahead here by 2 runs with just 2 hits, and it's not like they've added on runs by a lot of offensive firepower here today. It's the double from Genesta that plated 2 guys that reached on errors, or one reached on an error, another guy reached on a walk. Stevenson reached on a walk in the 4th and also scored.
The 0-2 from Conger misses outside. Stevenson going, and the throw goes into center field. Backed up nicely by Clement. Stevenson won't be able to advance on the play, but he is now in scoring position after stealing second.
But Cotuit has 2 hits today. One, the Genesta deep drive to left center field, scored 2 runs and was good for a double, and then Stevenson's infield single here that helped him move to second base.
1-2 the count on Corey Voss. 0 for 3 tonight. Struck out looking in the first. Flew out to center in the 4th. And struck out looking in the 6th. The catcher D'Alessandro retreating back to home plate after a quick visit with his pitcher. Conger looking into D'Alessandro. Comes set. Now kicks and fires. And Voss fouls this one off back over the press box and out of play. Voss awaiting the 1-2, and here it comes. Breaking ball, this one misses off the plate. Count evens at 2-2. And Jason?
2's across the board. Jinx.
That was perfect. Couldn't have asked for anything better than that. When I asked my mom what I want for Christmas next year.
Just a little
or
scoreboard.
this December. No, it's going to be a recording of us saying that. As Voss fouls this one straight back to the backstop. Stays alive. Count remains 2-2.
Good job by Voss to fight off that last pitch, stay alive. Another good hitter waiting on deck in Pat Dorian, and still a chance for Cotuit to add some insurance here in the 8th.
Count remains 2-2 as Conger comes set. Now kicks and deals. Breaking ball swung on and missed by Voss. Gets away from D'Alessandro. Throw down to first in time for the 3rd out of the inning. So Conger picks up 3 Ks in the 8th. Not exactly the way he planned it, but he does. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on base for Cotuit. Top of the 9th coming up. Mariners trailing by 2. They look to rally here at Lowell Park. Keep it right here. You're locked in. Kettleers Baseball.
Care. Expert physicians, quality hospitals, superior care. Urgent care is now available at 4 Cape Cod healthcare locations: Hyannis, Falmouth, Sandwich, and Harwich. Open after hours and weekends, staffed by ER physicians. Expert care when you need it. Learn more at capecodhealth.org/urgent care.
Do you know what that sound is? That's your new digital marketing department. And that'll be your new web designer. And that's Haibu, where these experts are joined by many more, from web designers to search marketing specialists, who work hard to get your business noticed online and on mobile. Best of all, Haibu can do it all for you, or give you the tools to do it yourself. To find out more, go to haibu.com. That's HIBU.com. Or call 855-464-HIBU. Oh, that'll be your next new customer. Haibu, made for business.
Visit Stars Restaurant at Chatham Bars Inn Resort and Spa for a world-class dining experience, a proud member of leading hotels of the world.
If you're looking for quality plumbing and heating work, call Spencer Hallett at 508-428-6080 or visit their website at hallettplumbing.com.
Curry College offers 14 NCAA Division III athletic teams in sports such as football, baseball, softball, basketball, hockey, soccer, lacrosse, tennis, cross country, and volleyball. Read about the success of the Curry Colonels and their championship teams. It's all online at curry.edu.
Five, 6, 7 coming up for the Mariners. Nick Fight, Austin Flair, and Anthony Critelli due up for Harwich. It's the top of the 9th here at Lowell Park, and the first pitch from Ryan Rigby in at the knees to Fight, who's 0 for 3 tonight. Flew out to left in the 2nd, struck out swinging in the 3rd and the 6th. 3-1 the score here. Mariners trailing by 2. Rigby from the stretch. Kicks and fires. This fastball misses inside. Count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Jason, I know it's a high pressure situation here. Top of the 9th inning. 2-run ball game. As Rigby kicks and deals an off speed pitch. This one misses high. But do you really need to stand up?
Do you think that's why I made the decision to stand?
You know,
I just feel like I've been sitting a lot this ball game in general. Because you didn't have the middle inning, so I didn't have the break that I would have had if you were doing the interviews. So I've been sitting a lot. Just needed to stretch out the legs, man.
Breaking ball from Rigby catches the inside corner. Count evens at 2-2. As Rigby comes set, kicks and fires. This one chopped towards third. Charging is Dorian. Bare hands it on the hop. Throw on to first, and it gets away from Genesta. That one rolls to the fence. Backed up nicely by Delay, but Nick Fight to second base, and now the Mariners with the leadoff man in scoring position.
And I'm wondering if Dorian could have got Nick Fight with a good throw there. Definitely would have been close because Fight doesn't have great wheels. And Genesta kind of reacted to that baseball with Fight still 5-10 feet away from first base. So I think that was a good decision by Dorian to throw. Just so happened to be an errant throw.
So now with Fight leading off second, Austin Flair comes to the plate. Rigby steps off the mound. Flair 1 for 2 tonight, singled in the 6th, struck out swinging in the 4th, reached on a walk in the 2nd, and would come around to score. He represents the only Mariners run of the night. First pitch from Rigby first, in time for the first out of the inning. So with 1 down, Anthony Critelli, first baseman for the Mariners. 1 for 3 tonight. Singled in the 2nd. Flew out to center in the 4th and grounded into a 5-4-3, and it hits him. So now the tying run is on base for the Mariners. And the number 8 hitter, Nick D'Alessandro, due up. Although Mike Roberts walking out to the mound to have a chat with his sidearm throwing right-hander out of Mississippi State, and it looks like there will be a pinch hitter for the Mariners.
You don't beat Harwich without a little bit of drama and a lot of fight, no pun intended, in the last couple innings.
Indeed, going to be a stop out of Boston. It's native.
And Cotuit has a left-handed pitcher warming in their bullpen who I believe to be Alec Bird getting ready.
Rigby looking into delay. Now comes set. Kicks and deals. And this one's grounded foul towards the Kettleers dugout.
Actually, two different guys warming in the Kettleers pen, both of them left-handed.
Double the fun.
It's Alec Bird and Jared Padgett.
Rigby comes set in the 0-1. This one misses inside, almost hits Adams. And the count evens at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Which is especially interesting because, as you noted earlier, Aiden, the Mariners don't have very many left-handed hitters in their lineup. It's almost all righties.
The 1-1 from Rigby. This one grounded towards second. Can they get the double play? Flips to Fisher. Throw on to first in time. And ball game over. Kettleers win on another double play. It truly was the pitcher's best friend tonight for the Kettleers. They win this one by a score of 3-1 over the Harwich Mariners and move to 9-17-1 on the year. 7-7-1 at home, and now 5-7 against the Eastern Division. They managed to just get 2 hits off the Mariners pitching staff, but score 3 runs and hold the Mariners to just 1 for their 9th victory of the season. Jason, can you explain getting 2 hits and scoring 3 runs, please?
I mean, this is kind of what I expected out of a game between Cotuit and Harwich, honestly. Like, there weren't going to be a lot of hits. There weren't going to be a lot of runs. It was going to be a matter of what team got some, not necessarily timely hitting, but timely offense, took advantage of the walks and an error. Go back to the 4th inning. Inning started with a walk. Stevenson moved over on a wild pitch. After Corey Voss lined out, Dorian reaches on the error. Cal Stevenson scores, tie ball game 1-1. The rest of the inning, one more walk for delay. Then you set up Grayson Genista to put you in the lead. All you needed was one swing from him, and you never look back.
And it was a fast one here at Lowell Park. First pitch at 5 o'clock. This game was over at 7:11. And lucky 7:11 for the for the Cotuit Kettleers. Not lucky for the Harwich Mariners. They fall to 16-9-2 on the year, 7-7-1 on the road, and 8-3-1 against the Western Division. So the Kettleers have won their 2nd straight now. They'll be back here at Lowell Park tomorrow. Or actually, no, excuse me, they're at Brewster.
Correct.
They are at Stony Brook Field in Brewster, Massachusetts, the hometown of me.
Of you. It is you.
Me. It is me, the Brewster native. So they will be at Brewster tomorrow looking for another win against the Eastern Division. That game starts at 5 o'clock. Be sure to tune in at 4:45 for Kettle Talk, the official pregame show of the Cotuit Kettleers with our very own John Perez. First pitch at 5 o'clock. Jason will have the 6th innings of play-by-play tomorrow in Brewster, and it's sure to be a good time.
It surely will be, especially with the way the Kettleers are playing. But before we go here, pitching staff, excellent again. Another day in which they just shut down a team that isn't the best offensively, but they're the best team in the league record-wise. So chalk it up as a W for Cotuit all around today.
That'll just about wrap it up for Jason and I here from Lowell Park. Kettleers win this one 3-1 with the Harwich.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit, hey, Cotuit.
isn't the best offensively, but they're the best team in the league record-wise. So chalk it up as a W for Cotuit all around today.
That'll just about wrap it up for Jason and I here from Lowell Park. Kettleers win this one 3-1 over the Harwich Mariners. Thanks for listening. Have a wonderful and have a safe Tuesday night.
Summer baseball's underway. People get ready for a brand new day. So grab your hat and grab your glove. We gotta cheer for the team we love. The ball's racing down the line. Come on, coach, give them a sign. The runner's waiting, he's ready to steal. The Kettleers are gonna seal the deal. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do it. Hey, Cotuit, hey, hey, Cotuit. We all know that the boys can do